Hello, hello, my frosty foxy friends. Happy Monday and happy Monday mini time. How's everyone doing today? We're finalizing our setup, making sure we've got everything we need. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. Hey, Hachidori. Gaff, I will get to your pun in one moment. Yeah, how's everybody doing? I need to turn the music down. Didn't realize it was still that loud. There we go. That's a little better. Today has been an interesting day for me. It is definitely a low energy day. You're being accused of cheating? Are you? I, I remember back in the early days of playing Counter-Strike, if you were accused of cheating, it meant you were a really good player. I feel like I'm definitely going to need a dry brush. And my mixing brush. All right. That should be good. Yeah. Move all those over there. And these can come up here. Oh, my room smells so good because I made some apple cinnamon chai tea. I can't wait to drink it. But yeah, today's been a weird day for me. Just real low energy. And as a result, also real low patience, which is kind of a problem. You know what? We're just going to set you right there. That's fine. You're in my purview. Everything's good. All right. Make sure it's stirred. Cheers. Absolutely delightful. Anyway, Gaff, your pun. Are you ready? Are you ready? I need to trim that. There we go. That's better. Oh, Kiri, you can't play comp. Why is that? How much your back hurts? Mm. gonna say, what's you being old got to do with anything? I need to trim that brush too. God damn. Oh, me too, Kiri. Definitely cannot wait for that. That's going to change a lot. Okay. Now that I've cleaned up my brushes, should have done that before. Graviton Lance? Oh yeah, it's fucking hot. But I don't think they will. Because the nerf they did to Immortal was just literally a slap on the wrist. It didn't do anything. So, we'll see what happens. Anyway, so, Gaff, you ready for your pun that you redeemed? You are indeed ready. Did you hear about the person who hid a bunch of tiny statues around their house for their guests to find? It was just a mini game of hide and seek. See, you'll notice a theme. I try to keep the puns within what I'm doing. All right. Now, hopefully, this fucker will cooperate. I, like, glued the hell out of that piece. And it seems to be on there pretty strong. Not on Mondays. Mondays is my mini time. Where I indulge in another part of my nerdum. Tabletop role-playing games. Dungeons and Dragons, Pathfinder, Legend of the Five Rings, Lockdown, Age of Apocalypse, all that good stuff. You hit plat and got glorious? Fuck yeah. Good for you, bud. Alright. I think we are pretty squared up. Alright, so what do I want to work on first? Well, let's switch to the hand cam. Oh, I still have the that transition up. Whoops. There we go. Ha! We're here. We're doing it. Oh shit, that's a big old splat of silver on that. I'll fix that. Does look like there's a couple places we can touch up on you. Oh, that's clogged. Time to get the perfect tool. Paperclip. There we go. Oh, and I forgot to get some cleaning rags. Oh, one moment. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. So we got some touching up to do here. Break our brush. Mm-hmm. Fix that spot. There's a spot under here. Fix there. My God, Axel, you've made a huge fucking mess. What is wrong with you? You were getting sick. You weren't feeling well. That's what was wrong with you. Do 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 do. Anyway, so I recently got into a conversation with a friend about Anime 5e. For those who are unfamiliar, there was a tabletop role playing game mid 90s, early 2000s called Besm, which was the acronym for Big Eyes, Small Mouth. It was a Tristat D6 system in which you could build and role play essentially anime scenarios. You could come up with your own stories, your own characters, and the way it worked is that it was a point buy system. You would be allocated a certain amount of points that could change depending on how you built your character, whether you're not getting points back or not, to build your concept, to build your character. This company some time ago had a Kickstarter that I backed where they essentially did their own module of Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. So me and a friend were talking about that recently because they've been interested in it, because they want something that can give you complete customization of your character, but things sort of matter. And that's how that subject came up, because in my opinion, Anime 5e sort of bridges the gap between Dungeons and Dragons narrative and its awesome D20 system and Pathfinder's super crunchy system. Because one of the great things about Pathfinder is that, yes, you can make a character that's completely unique. However, the problem with Pathfinder is that there's so many cookie cutter builds where if you don't build your character a specific way, you feel useless. You feel like you're throwing. But the problem with building these cookie cutter builds is that they're boring. You know exactly what you're going to do every time something comes up, especially combat. You know you're going to do X, Y, and Z, and then rotate to the next set of your abilities, and nothing changes. Nothing changes. So that's how we got on the subject of that, because I think it's one of the perfect bridges between somebody wanting complete customization of the character, because that's the way the system is built. Essentially, with the point buy system, you can alter spells, you can acquire more feats and abilities than what your class and race typically would allow. But because of the narrative heaviness that D&D tends to have, it doesn't feel like you're throwing. Well, that's a big old nasty spot there. Axel, how did you miss that? You were sick. You were not feeling well. That's why. So shut the fuck up about it. I'm looking forward to, at some point, running a game of Anime 5e, simply because I have a concept that I think is going to be pretty fun. It's going to be kind of unique. Then again, I kind of have a lot of those. If there's anybody who's into like Magic the Gathering, the card game, um I had an idea for converting that into a D&D game where acquiring more magic cards was the reward system as you leveled up. You got to build your deck as you played and leveled up. I thought it was kind of cool. One more comp match? Fucking go, Kiri. By the way, Kiri, I don't know if you're into tabletop role playing games or you're that kind of a nerd, but me and several other people in the Destiny 2 clan are, and your name reminds us of a character from a series that we watch because their name is Kiri. I thought you might appreciate that. By the way, Hachidori, how's your morning going? Because I know it is morning for you. Only tabletop game you play is probably Pokemon, but you don't play. It's more of you play the card game. Even though I do know there is a role playing game for a Pokemon conversion. It's okay. You're nursing your coffee. Well, hopefully it's delicious. There's nothing else I need to do to you other than touch up a spot. Gouge there. I imagine that's going to be a frequent thing, especially since I don't want this to be adhered. I don't want to glue this in. I like the idea that it's removable. Gives the player something interesting. You know, if they ever encounter something like that and it like they need to damage it, I like the idea that something can come off as a representation of that damage. Oh, it got windy. I think I heard some rumble. Summer storm. Yes. Rage. Be angry. All right. So I think what I want to do is we're going to finish up this fire. Yellow is hottest. Red is the coolest. So it's red, orange, yellow, and then it's like a white to blue, purple. I don't think we're going to need red for this, genuinely. And I think what I want to do is dry brush this yellow. Because it is just sort of this little sensor. No, sconce. That's the word. You know what? Maybe I will use a little bit of red. I'm glad it is Hachidori. All right. Y'all can kind of see there's that yellow twinge as opposed to this solid one, which is very orange. Wah! If the camera will focus, you can kind of see it. I definitely need to get a better camera. Though for $100, this thing's pretty solid. I'm not going to complain about it too much. Yeah, I do want a little bit of this red. Oh, that was a fast storm. Okay. That's disappointing. Oh, yeah, that's looking a lot nicer. I like that. That satisfies. Yeah, that's a lot nicer. Okay, I do have something I need to touch up here. Just nuke the enemy team. Got the last. You got the last two with Thunder Crash. Fuck yeah! Pop off Kiri. There we go. Okay, not the brush I want. You are. Okay, that's been fixed. Spot here. Perfect. Now, the thing with these sconces is that they have these spiked little things going down the sides. I like the idea of those being metal. So, I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to use the rest of this gunmetal gray and paint them. Mercy. Passage of Mercy is what you're going to want because you have 3 attempts to go to the lighthouse. Correct. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's entirely up to you and the people you play against. I suggest that if you do not make it to 3 wins with both of your freebie attempts from your Passage of Mercy card, you restart. If you get to 3 wins and you have 2, doesn't matter after that. You can push on. You say that, Kiri, but the solo queue experience has been the best feeling. 2 stack is and 3 stacking feels horrible. The difference between comp and trials is people have a clearer goal in trials. It's to go to the lighthouse. People don't throw or sell in trials, they just leave. Uvatholian? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that very much. Weather alert, a chill front is moving in, expect good vibes and relaxation. I can get behind that. Let me give you a shout out, bud. Thank you so much. Good job on the pronunciation. Yuva's good. Sweet. Sweet. How was your stream? What were you all up to? Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. My name is Axel Frost, also known as Frost Effect, hence the combination of the two. I am a variety streamer. My big games right now are Destiny 2. I'm finishing up Endgame God of War. I'll probably be going back to Horizon Forbidden West for the DLC. I'm also a tabletop role-playing game nerd. Welcome to Monday Mini Time. Happens every Monday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm also an aspiring voice actor. So yeah, Uva, what were you up to? What were y'all getting down on? Painting minis as well? Nice. Nice. What were you painting? I'm very curious. That's looking good for now. Painted a tall half-orc barbarian and a circle of stars druid for some friends characters. Nice! Oh, you're that kind of person? Oh, you sweetheart. I love you. I love you. Let me make sure I'm following you back. That's amazing. Thank you. God, I wish I was saying I was painting minis for friends, but I'm not. These are all from my personal collection. What we've been working on tonight is we're finishing up this cannon. Sconces for this throne, and these two minis, which is a necromancer and a sorceress. I know this camera's not that great, so let me see. Our sorceress so far. That's a little better. And then this bastard, he's been falling apart on me because there's so many little pieces. I've done so much to try and keep him together. Let's hope he stays. But there's a lot of flimsy parts here. So 99% of what I paint is just enjoy painting. I feel that. I started Monday Mini Time for two reasons. One, because I backed a lot of Kickstarters that had minis and things, and they're starting to pile up on me. So I was like, let me knock this out. Because one, I'll get them done. Two, it's pretty cathartic. This is a lot of fun. And three, I get to spend time with you all. We talk anything, RPGs, games, talk about character creation, world building, your own worlds, what you're getting into. Or you can just vibe and paint your own minis or work on your own crafts. It's kind of the theme here. Get back into streaming painting. I feel that. I feel that. I hope it's been a delightful journey so far. You know, getting back into the swing of things. But yeah, ultimately, Monday Mini Time is just vibe time. You have planned for 4th of July tomorrow? Probably nothing. I might faff around on Destiny 2, but that's about it. Okay, I like that. So let's clean up this mess we have made. You've also fallen down the rabbit hole of backing Kickstarters, even if you don't need the minis. That's fair. I backed them years ago, so they've been finally been fulfilled. The first thing that I backed was a series by Archon Studios called Dungeons and Lasers. It's what we're working on now. And the big reason for it was they have 3D terrain. I now have 24 square feet of terrain to build as play places for characters and to build scenes with. They also came with a ton of minis. The next thing I backed was called Chronicles of Drunagor, which itself is its own standalone game. Similar to like Gloomhaven. But it's got a ton of minis that I plan on repurposing for certain themes. After that was Lasting Tales, which is, I've done the math and it's at least like 1,000 different minis, and that's not including the terrain pieces. So I'm very excited for all of this to start getting fulfilled. I could show some of the prior pieces we've already done. Only if you want. Only if you want. Your game? Bet. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm going to switch to the big camera. All right. So to show off some of the pieces that we have done, some of the bigger ones, this is a dragon by the name of Freyr, the Stormbreaker. I'm just going to do a slow 360 spin with my hand and hope that the camera stays focused. I wanted her to look like a storm that was coming at you. So a lot of dark blue, some underhues of whites. Then we have this guy, this Necro Dragon. This is one of the bigger pieces. I wanted this to be a constantly regenerating dragon. You know, as they consume things, they're rebuilding their everything, their entire essence, but at the same time they're constantly rotting just as fast, so they're in this perpetual cycle. Yeah, that was the goal. I wanted to look nasty. So line it up, Axel. We also have this Molten Flame Elemental. This was a lot of fun, a lot of layers that I really wanted to focus on. You know, just this flowing lava effect on it. Lots of fun. I love how it turned out. Particularly the base with the big old splatter at the end, down here in the middle. Cool mini to be with and you paint jobs. Thank you. This guy is called the Dragon of Schmargenrog from the set. It's essentially a dragon that kills other dragons and wears their parts as, you know, a sign of authority. Just simple, very easy. Had a lot of fun with it. Hands are shaking. One of my problems that I live with. And speaking of fleshy, this was one I did about 2 weeks ago. A flesh golem. I really wanted to emphasize I wanted gross. So it looks really slick, like there's fresh blood. You can see the blue of the arteries. All kinds of goodies here. It's bleeding from its face. Let's see if I can get up close so that can focus. Come on. From the eye sockets and nose there. Artery really, yes. That was the goal there, just to help give it some color difference. And then the piece that I'm really proud of is this phoenix that I did. Because they're elementals of fire. And fire is a spectrum of color depending on its heat. It goes from blues and purples to reds. So I really wanted to just go to town on this bird. Glad you got in on, yes. And with phoenixes being magical being, it is wearing golden armor. So I figured, in my head, growing up watching certain things, it's like magic must beat magic. And so even though it's magic armor that it's wearing, it's still getting, singed. There's this darkness on the edges. Very happy with how all of this came out. Yes. Yes. This, whoop, as I knock over the dragon, this mini alone took me maybe 14 hours. It was like 3 streams. And they have a cute little mask. Boom. So, yeah, that's some of the things we've been working on. If you're into that, every Monday mini time, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right. I'm going to get these suckers put back on the shelf. Anyway, my goal is to at some point, I have another shelf for this wall back here, where corner books, light, and then stuff here. I got another shelf I'm going to get. I have it. I just have to unbury it. You acquire stuff over a long time. And I'm going to start displaying other minis there too as I continue to build them. Let me clean that up a little bit. Do you also play tabletop games, Uva? And what are you currently doing? What are you currently playing? Regale me with a story. That's wood. I was about to paint that like it was metal. That's not metal. That's wood, Axel. I'm luckily playing D&D with some friends. I've played for a few decades now. Hell yeah. Longevity is the key. Are you also a player or are you a DM as well? I do both roles. Currently a player, which is a nice change. Fuck yeah, it is. I know the feeling. I think, double checking. Yeah, I think we're done with that. So all of that can cure. Alrighty. Good thing about being a DM, I can justify my habitual mini purchase. See? Why are you sharing our secrets so loudly, huh? Yeah, I still find myself constantly looking at minis. To the point where some of my players are like, "You're no longer looking at minis, okay? You're just those are statues." Um, Hold on, let me double check my chat. Okay, none of my players are currently here. Good. So I have a a game where there is one particular mini I will be purchasing sometime in the future for it. It's the end game boss. This mini has a 3-foot wingspan, and I did not start it. 3 feet wide wingspan. Very excited. Yeah, let me clean that up. Yes, it is intense. And it makes me giggle every time I think about it. Clean that up. Clean that up. Okay, that should be dry. So I can now hit you. I can hit you. Now, just in case my players decide to watch the VOD here, I will not say any more than that, but, you know, it'll be a good time. Mm-hmm. In a similar boat like you, I am also a player at the moment, which is nice. And one of my players has taken up the mantle of DM, so it's just like proud papa moment, you know? And that's the game I have been a part of, and absolutely delightful time. Fix that. There we go. All right. We're going to save the throne for last. We're going to get started on these two because they are a problem. I've got one 13-inch tall to scale mini. I have a galleon I added to a Kickstarter going full Bilbo. After all, why not? Why shouldn't I? Yes. Um, God, those have been some of the more expensive pieces, it seems like. Just finding anything for like water. But I am looking forward to adding some of that to my arsenal as well. Okay. What is going on with this sorceress? I think I want to look at her book real quick. Downside to getting one galleon, I kind of need a second to complete, basically. You need the second one, so whenever your, players decide they want to go out in the sea, you have something for the enemies. I get it. You Okay, so that is part of her hair. Got it. Got it. That's the necromancer. Fuck you. This little bastard's given me so many problems because there's a lot of flimsy pieces on him. Just removing him from his God, I don't even know what to call it, his frame to build him. Absolute nightmare. All right, what colors do we want to get into for you? I'm feeling blacks and leathers. Fun fact, if you think your mini bottle is out of paint, just take the top off. There's plenty inside. If it's the plastic things like model sets, sprue is the term. Yeah, where they're like in a frame. Yes. Ooh. Fucking hand cramp. Ooh. There is a lot of interesting detail here. She's got a belt. She's got several bags attached to the hip. Mm. Anyway, so what I was talking about before, a friend of mine has been very interested in some of the rule sets for Anime 5e. Particularly because, like I said, I feel it bridges the gap between the narration that is D&D and the crunchiness that is like Pathfinder and other similar build your own character games. You can have a character that is completely unique and still have whatever abilities and features you want to build into, to not feel like it's been thrown like in Pathfinder, because Pathfinder focuses on that character customization. But if you build outside of anything that isn't like a traditional cookie cutter build for that game, uh, people tend to feel like they're not optimizing. They feel like they're useless. But like I was saying before, when it comes to that level of optimization, when you get to those cookie cutter builds, it's boring because you know exactly what you're going to do whenever anything happens, especially combat. So if you're somebody who is interested in a slightly crunchy system and character, you slightly, it is slight, but you want customization that matters, I do recommend checking that out. I need to fix this brush. There we go. Chill. What else do we want to make leather? Definitely the boots. Definitely the boots. We're going to get messy for now. We'll clean up things later. I was fortunate enough to finally see the Dungeons and Dragon movie, Honor Among Thieves. That was a fun time. In my opinion, I think it's essentially like the perfect D&D movie. There's nothing anyone can tell me that, you couldn't tell me that was not an actual game people played, because the choices the characters make are very reflective of the players. And a fun fact that I learned is that the actors did play D&D before the movie, so I'm curious as to how much they added to the script or took away. You know, God, and the cutscenes and everything, that was hilarious. Amuna? I don't think I've called Amuna. Mm-hmm. Hmm. This is a terrible time for my hand to start cramping up. Yeah, we'll clean up that rock later. Get the other boot. What I will say, if anybody has been interested in seeing that film, I do recommend. It was a good time. I laughed. I cried. That's not hyperbole. I actually laughed a lot, and there was a couple tear jerking moments that were really nice. It was really cool to see some official places, not just drawn, but in a fully rendered 3D skate. Icewind Dale, Faerun. I do think we got to see a bit Greyhawk too, which was nice. Definitely got to see Waterdeep. That was fun. Mm-hmm. I think I've got an idea. And I think I'm going to follow through with that idea. Because I have poor impulse control. I'm going to let that dry. Because I like this color a little bit better. Yep. Mm-hmm. Fun little tip to those who are interested. Different brands of mini paints sometimes have different looks. So what I recommend doing is take a little bit of that paint and put it on the very tip, because then you have a quick visual guide of the color it's going to be when it's dry, and you know what you're looking for if you have multiple colors. Because I have two different types of blacks. The Army Painters War Paints matte black, and then the game colors from Vallejo black. And as you can see, this one's not dry yet, but they are two very different blacks. So, little tip. Just a little tip. All right, so we're just going to paint. So what I'm thinking for her is, leather browns, blacks, and blues. I think that's going to be an interesting color combination here. I'm just going to paint over everything. Well, not everything, but there was a Twitter post I shared recently. Not recently, it was some time ago, but it was somebody going like, use more colors in your medieval fantasy, which, I mean, it's a fantasy anyway, so you should be able to use whatever colors you want. Um, but they brought up actual like actual medieval our history colors that peasants used to have, and there's a broad range of colors they had access to. They weren't very vibrant, but there was quite a bit. There was at least 13, 14 colors that you could just mix and match with. And it was really surprising to me. Granted, again, I subscribe to the notion that it's, fantasy, so go ham. When there's a problem and it's just like, what is causing the problem? It's magic. That's all you need to know. It's magic. Magic is causing the problem, therefore, magic is also the solution, right? But yeah, there's quite a range of colors that those folks had access to, and it's really kind of impressive. Oh, this is going to be interesting. I think I need to get my other brush. Set the last down. There it is. Ooh, handshaking. There we go. All right. And I can clean up everything else later. I'm not sure if I want to do this. Oh no! Well, all right. Guess I gotta do a little surgery there. Woo! Just let that cure, I guess. All right. See how that's gonna look. I can fuck with that. Here, let's ball. Remember, kids, sometimes you got to flip it at a different angle. Don't be a one trick pony. Flip it to hit it. So I completely understand if you have to raid and run, but are you still here? I'm kind of curious about your name because it sounds like a paladin. In my opinion, like that is, in my opinion, that sounds like a paladin's name. There we go. Ah, whoops. Mm-hmm. All right. Man, Precision Brush getting a lot of work in tonight. Mm-hmm. Lots of little work. Lots of little work. Shut you down for a second. Whoops. Hmm. Butterfingers. All right. We're getting there. Wie are getting there? All right, she's coming along nicely. No, I got more. Oh, I see us missed the spot. Oh, Mr. Spot. There we go. Clean that up. You're looking spiffy. I want to use the game color black for her cloak. That's too much. Tone it down, Axel. All right, I'm back. Welcome back, Kiri. Hopefully, dinner was pretty swanky. Yeah, I'm going to need different brush. The rest. Hmm. No, I need a long, thin brush. Okay, because that is very wet, we're going to let that dry. Before we add any more layers to it, which I guess means we're going to move on to this fucking necromancer. Whoop, sorry, microphone, didn't mean to hit you. Right, yeah, I'm gonna stop messing with her for now. This back on top. I put you on the wrong one. Whoops. Is this dry yet? Not quite, but we're getting there. All right. I think what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a break. So I will BRB. You all just chill. Make sure to take care of yourselves, all right? I'll BRB. All right, my frosty froxy friends. I have returned. I appreciate your patience. Oh, forgot about my tea. I get a heckin' rip for my cold tea. It's still tasty, but. All right. There's a nice little break. Let's check on our sorceress. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like the smokiness on this cape. That's right. I used the beastly brown for the pants. What? Okay, I used the beastly brown for the pants. Which means I just kind of fucked up. Because that was the wrong brown. There we go. Okay. So then I will use the leather brown. Well, real. Hey, Drago Bancho. I am currently working on a Sorceress mini and several other at the moment. Um, right now we're putting these gold touches on her scepter. It's got a dragon head on it, so I figured gold would be a nice color. We're also working on a necromancer here, a throne with the sconces, and we just finished some time ago a little cannon. Oop. I'm gonna leave the actual like cannon bit detachable because I like that as an idea. Yeah, welcome to Monday Mini Time. How are you, bud? You getting into anything fun? Mm-hmm. It's almost 8 a.m. here and going to work. Oh, snap. Well, I certainly hope your workday is not stressful. Dare I say enjoyable? It is almost 8 p.m. for me. Yeah, I want to fix that glove. There we go. Yeah, we're just doing some painting. This is my Monday mini time stream where I build and paint minis and hang out with the community. You know, we can talk D&D, we can talk tabletop role playing games. Uh, if you have your own minis that you want to build or work on, or your own projects you want to do, you know, we're all about that life. I stream Monday mini time every Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time because that's my time. Um, Throughout the week, I also do variety streaming. My big game is Destiny 2 at the moment. I'm also finishing up Endgame God of War Ragnarok, and I'll probably be going back to Horizon Forbidden West for the DLC here shortly. I also like horror games. Open world games are fun. Uh, I'm also an aspiring voice actor. So any of those three things, you know, talking about tabletop role-playing games, doing that kind of stuff. Big studio games are always fun. What do I want to do about her belt? I think we'll have it match the boots and gloves. So we'll use this really dark brown. But that's also going to blend in with the corset. Could also just lighten up the brown. That's typically what we do here, Drago. I have three different shades of brown, and I don't know what I want to use. Let's see how this will look. Well, I am definitely a mini painter. I do this, like I said, every Monday. But I don't do this all the time. So I also understand if that's not what you're looking for, bud. But I do go over tips and tricks and things that you can do. That's twice I've done that. This is part 28 of my ongoing series, which will end when I run out of minis, which will be never at this point. uh, just checking out how people paint, seeing what I can add to my own toolkit. Gotcha, gotcha. Well, I have a very bare bones setup. You know, I'm all about MacGyvering things and making the tools that I need. I don't use anything really fancy outside of my own ingenuity. For instance, this is my precision brush, which is just a cheap Walmart brush that I've essentially using like clippers for like nails or anything to trim it down at a super fine angle to just get into these little nooks and crannies. That's it. Army Painter speed paints and the slap chop, sorry, technique, though still just a novice. That's fair. I'm currently bouncing between the Army Painter's War Paints and Vallejo Game Color set. And I tend to focus on layers, a lot of dry brushing to get certain depths and colors and things. Give me a second, I can show you two examples. Yeah, a couple examples of what I've been up to. This is a molten fire elemental. The camera will pick it up. There we go. Just a lot of layering. I did this in a stream. I also have this troll who's literally carrying a cow. This was another stream. I painted this sucker. Whoop. Oh! I don't have sticky fingers. I have the opposite. You know, you can see the details on the face. He's got this underbite. The cow's freaking out. A lot of little details. And then numbers guy, but I can appreciate the work of anyone who puts effort into their painting. I appreciate that. And this is my favorite piece. It's a phoenix. Because for me, phoenixes are the element of fire, and so I wanted to portray the spectrum, which is, you know, the hottest flames are blues and whites, all the way to the coolest flames, which are red. So there's just a lot of layering that went into this sucker. This was 14 hours. That was 3 different streams. So, yeah. That's what I do in my streams. I made the announcement some time ago. I'm also considering doing a short form for like YouTube and TikToks called mini minutes, essentially painting minis or certain minis in a handful of minutes that are tabletop ready. Like you can paint them and then put them on the table almost immediately. So I'm gonna put these back on the shelf. Oh, you say that, Drago, but you know, if you're having fun with something, you'll find the patience for it. At least it tends to be how I think. All right, where was I? All right. I think we're going to touch up a little bit more on our sorceress. Yeah, I guess I fall into a more long form category. So, that's part of her hair. Yeah, I like that blend in her cloak because it helps give it depth. Gamer first, but I like to take pride in knowing my minis are self-painted rather than commissioned as I destroy the enemies. That's fair. Are you like a tabletop role-playing game like Pathfinder or D&D, or are you like a war gamer? You know, like we're talking Warhammer 40K or the other various that are out there. I could fix that. In order for me to fix it, though, I need more paint. Getting into BattleTech currently. Interesting. How are you enjoying it so far? Yeah, that looks better. Have more of a science fiction leaning? Ah, okay. That's understandable. So are you into like some of the Star Wars tabletop RPGs? Do you know those are pretty popular? Loving the lore and the play options between Classic and Alpha Strike. Interesting. So I'm unfamiliar with BattleTech. What's the difference between Classic and Alpha Strike? I'm very curious to know that. I love it when people, educate me on certain things. What is box happening? Good lord. They have like 3 video games out for it. That's pretty good. Giving people options. I missed a big old spot on the back of this scepter. There is the PvP Mech Warrior Online, the solo co-op Mech Warrior 5 Mercenaries. Both of these have you piloting mechs. Okay. So we're breaching into a subject that I'm very fond of for one reason and one reason only. Because I was a huge fan at one point of the Gundam series, and as far as video games are concerned, Armored Core. Armored Core gave me so many great memories being able to basically custom build a mech to my playstyle and then going wild on people. I need more of the blue. There's the blue. Third is also called Battletech, and it's a tactical game, probably the closest thing to actual tabletop game. Most, yeah, I would agree with that statement. From that perspective of wargaming, I would argue that most games either fall into a tactical where they're doing mostly exploration or combat, or they are doing mostly narrative role play and then various other things on top of that. Now, I unfortunately have not kept up with Gundam or Armored Core in a while. I do know that there's, I think, a new game that's been released, which is in of itself very exciting. But I don't know if I'll be able to get into it as much as God damn Butterfingers, Axel. Look, we know you have problems, but come on, be respectful to the minis as much as you can be. What am I doing next? What am I correcting? I want to do something about her books and satchels. So, all right. There we go. Okay. Let's give her a skin tone. And darken it up a little bit. Just a little bit. That did not darken it up nearly enough. Okay, that's a better color. So yeah, Drago, if I'm interpreting that correctly, it is like a war game though. It's more of a strategy where you have like a small army. Except mechs, which is also really cool. Okay. I vibe with that. I vibe with that. Ooh. A lantern. Let's see if I can catch that. Okay. And hair color. You know what? I'm feeling red. Let's give her some red hair. That'll be fun. Dark skin, red hair. Good combination. Mm-hmm. More of a skirmish game on the tabletop. Not to say you couldn't play big armies in the Alpha Strike rule set that simplifies the A4 record sheet down to a card and does away with the hex map for a more typical wargame terrain setup. Interesting. So it uses also hexagonal shapes. It uses hex maps. Interesting. So would you say it's more akin to a game called Heroescape, if you're familiar with what that is? Not familiar? Heroescape is essentially it is an all-in-one game where there are various heroes. The game itself has its own unique hero characters, but then there were also expansions like Marvel and DC. But essentially, you are given a set amount of points to purchase a series of characters to have a small skirmish battle on a hexagonal map against another person who's got their own sort of small skirmish group set up. That is also a very, very simple explanation of the game. Not to say it's inaccurate, but at its core, it is you purchase your heroes that come with the set, and then you have a fight against other heroes on a hexagonal map. Lance versus Lance, a Lance being 4 mechs. Sometimes It's a Star of Clan mechs versus two Inner Sphere lances. Clans have better tech. The mechs are more expensive. Gotcha. Okay. So in some ways, yeah. You know, it's like a squadron. Ooh, you know what that makes me miss? That makes me think of Anthem. God, I wish that game didn't screw it up so hard. Oh, that was going to be such a fun game. A star is 5 mechs. Gotcha. A4 record sheet have armor, internal structural, heat management, weapon systems, stuff like that. Very crunchy. Well, the most important thing is as long as you have fun, right? As long as you're having fun. The crunchiest system that I've ever gotten into was a system called GURPS. That was pretty crunchy. I think the next crunchiest system after that for me would be Pathfinder and then D&D 3.5 edition. Because Pathfinder got way more crunchier than D&D 3.5, which is what Pathfinder was based off of. That's what was bothering me. There's a little tiny spot I missed in the back. Keep hitting my mic. Then again, I'm also a giant whose hobby is minis. One of my hobbies, anyway. But our sorceress is looking pretty spicy. I like this theme going on with her. The only thing I have left is the eyes. The dreaded eyes. All right. So long as I get my monk class with no empty levels, that's fair. All right. Focus time. not going for perfection here. We are just trying to get it. Now to clean up the mess. That is so tiny. I'm gonna have to try that again. Is empty levels. When you say empty levels, do you mean a level progression system where there's lulls in between? Like between levels 1 and 3, at level 2, you don't get anything? Is that what you mean? Taking weeks to level up just for a few more points of HP. I can understand that notion. I can understand how that's kind of infuriating how to play. On the same kind of flip side, though, I can also understand the opposite of that. You know, it's just like you spend 4 years at college to get a degree, and every year you're working towards that degree. You know, you've acquired the skill sets on the way there to this new level. So I think my biggest problem with Pathfinder, and I mentioned this earlier in the stream because I was talking about another module called Anime 5e, which was made by the people who made Besem, which is Big Eye, Small Mouth, which is a Tri-Stat D6 system in their original series. My problem with Pathfinder is that you either min-max, you use cookie cutter builds and you min-max your character, and thus it's boring, because you know everything you're going to do in a specific order. You've now optimized to the point that any deviances feels like you're throwing. It feels like wasted effort. So if you're trying to build a specific character that is outside of what would be considered a normal build for it, you feel like you're wasting your time. And she has eyes. Let's fucking go. They are very tiny, but she has them. The trick here that I implemented was I did do like big dots for the whites of the eyes, and then I put black as the pupils, because this is a level of detail. Unless I have like a microscope, I'm not going to be able to get it. But then I took her original skin tone and basically painted around as close as humanly possible. And so there's almost this illusion that she has these eyes that can look at you. BESM is an acronym for Big Eye, Small Mouth. It was an anime-focused themed role-playing game where you used a point-buy system to essentially build your characters, and not only as you leveled up, you would then acquire more points to then spend towards attributes, features, abilities, or altering your current swath of abilities. Anime 5e has bridged the gap between what I would describe the narrative version of D&D, Dungeons and Dragons, and the crunchiness of Pathfinder. It is, you have this hyper customization of your character that you can then build, but because of that narrative capabilities of D&D, you don't feel like you're wasting your time. The example that I usually give is like clerics. Let's say you built a human cleric and you have access to cure wounds, which is typically a touch spell. With this module, you can then work with your DM to spend a certain amount of points to make it either like an aura effect around you, so you could heal multiple people around you, or you can make it a sort of line of sight where if I like point at you, I don't have to touch you, but I can look at you and go, "You're cured," and they get those effects. Because it sounds like BDSM. I mean, we talk about that every so often too. We do not kink shame. We are also adults here, and adults do those kinds of things. But I get the humor, Drago. All right, she is looking good, at least good enough for me. I might tweak some things. I do like the layering on the cloak. That was an unintentional effect. And she's got eyes. All right, let's work on this necromancer, this bastard. Now, I think what I'm going to do with him is I'm going to add a wash first. The reason, because I have this beautiful Citadel shade, Athonian camo shade, which is this almost sort of, I describe it like a sewer green. If I spread this light enough, it's going to give this light tint to this necromancer before I start adding colors to it, which is really what I want. So we're just going to take a light amount, coat this entire mini. That's going to give this weird kind of sickly green. Because they're a necromancer. Why wouldn't they be? Let's be stereotypical here. Which, by the way, this is also a similar technique to what I did with the molten fire elemental. I started with a coat of this delightful Cassandora yellow from Citadel, which is really like an orange, and then proceeded to go layer over layer over layer. So, useful tip for anybody who's in this market. It's also cool because it gives the illusion of depth, because the shades, the inks, are going to go into all of the crevices. And so if you dry brush on top of that, which is one of my favorite techniques, you can just gently brush on the upper layers, and then you have these darker undertones, which is very, very nice. All right, we're going to let him do his thing. Can you stand on your own volition? You cannot. So we're just going to let you down. Mm-hmm. All right. While he is doing his thing, what do I need to finish up on the throne? I see some areas I need to touch up, some crevices in the rocks. Okay. So we just need to do the carpet and padding, which I said when I was doing this, I wanted to do like a really nice royal purple. So I'm going to take some of this blue. I think I'm going to need a bit more than that. Ultramarine blue. I don't want pure red. Let's use the bloody red. That's going to make a much nicer color. Darken that up. Yeah, I like that. That works. All right. And because I like to start with the more difficult things, which is going to be areas where things are touching. Set you to the side. Come on, get some paint on there, Axel. Let's fucking go. There we go. That's a nice line. Mess that up. Good thing it's just stone. But yeah, um, the module Anime 5e is obviously supposed to be able to take D&D and make it anime, or at least anime themed. But I think it did something far more incredible, which is less, like I said, bridging that gap between the customer characterization without losing the ability to feel powerful. Um, so I'm very interested in running a game sometime in the future with that as the series, as the core. But also mechs at some point. Because what anime isn't complete without mechs? Daily life anime? That's exactly why I should have mechs. I mean, there's mechs in my daily life all the time. Remember, folks, do not drink the forbidden soup, as tempting as it might be. Oh shit. Seems like the local band got a little serious. Okay, I can lay it on pretty thick here. just bridge it across the front. There we go. Now to fill all that nonsense in. After I do the cushions. That is way too much paint, Axel. What are you trying to do? What's wrong with you? Daily Life, Lucky Star, and Yurdu camps are set in modern times, so mechs would be weird. I also prefer hot-blooded super robots over mostly emo protags of real robots. That's fair. Okay, but imagine how much cooler Lucky Star and Yurdu camp would be if they had mechs. Just saying. No? Where's my point? There's my point. Ooh, that was nice. You know, Megas XLR did it. They just threw a mech in modern day to a bunch of knuckleheads. That was a great show. Yeah, I'll clean that up later. I'm gonna lay it on a little thick here so I can just sort of drag the paint. That's what I gotta do. There we go. Over here, same thing. Okay. Now to go around. Do 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 do. Sweet. Outside of a couple of places I'm going to have to go over. Oh, my brush. What is happening? Chaos. Chaos is happening. Mm-hmm. Nope. I want a different brush. There we go. Swear I get more paint on me sometimes. And again, if you're not having a mess, are you really having fun? Messes are fun. Mm-hmm. Probably get away with that one for this backside. Nope. Messed up. For this egregious mistake, I must kill myself. Death to the artist. There shall be no recompense. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fine. All right, now to finish up these cushions. Mm-hmm. Come on, get in there. There we go. You really just got to wet the tip, you know? Okay. Now, what color did I do? Got spotty in some parts of the workplace. That's fair. Just don't get in trouble. Mm, I'm pretty sure I went Priestley Brown for this. What do you do for work, Drago? If you don't mind my asking. Yeah, I did. That's Beasley Brown. Okay. Now I use my phone to communicate with colleagues all the time. Logistics? Oh, snap. That's pretty swanky. Too much. Okay, that's a little better. Doesn't feel swanky. You know, as long as it pays the bills. Actually, I'm just going to let's take this purple. Yeah, that does it. And I feel like there was a spot that I messed up. Yes. There we go. Wild wishy washy. Mm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I feel like I was going to do something with this top part of the chair, but because there's a decal there, it looks like a little lion's head. Now we'll leave it as is. Let's go back and check up on our necromancer, who's looking very green, which was the goal, just in case anybody was curious. It does appear to be a spot I missed, though. touch that up. All right, Mr. Necromancer. Brushes are clean for this next part. Now, he's got a lot of armor that just looks like bones. I'm unsure what I want to lean into here. I did dark colors with the sorceress. I was thinking something light, going sort of the opposite direction. We do have this literally vomit green because of this special effects set. We also have verdigris. And I'm sure we're going to want this rotten white because it's pretty stark white. Chair looking pretty swanky. Except for okay, that's better. I think we do a combination. We also have bone white, dead white, bone white, dead white, rotten white, matte white. Hopefully that is not someone's actual name. Sorry, there is a brush hair. There we go. It was bothering me. All right. So I think these are the colors we're going to go for here. So not gonna lie, I think we are done with our sorceress. So we could probably mount her to her base. I think is what we will do. Okay. Eh. Keep that to the side. All right. Go and do your thing, girl. Cure up. Let's see about the colors for this guy. I like the idea of just light colors for him. It's also quite the pose here. Need more. Give me more. Man, that sucker's on there tight. Look, we've only got 2 colors on and it's looking amazing. Well, 3 including the wash, but I think this is the most paints I've ever had out in a moment. All right. All right. We're cooking with gas. Ooh, too much shaking happened. Come on, Axel. All right. That's our 2 colors. Well, the 2 main colors. I'm going to let him cure. Missed the spot. All right. I've still got plenty of the gunmetal for the chains. Beep. Hell yeah. That is what we are about. Okay. Now we've got these horns. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I figured that was going to be a problem. Oh well. Mm. All right. Going to let him cure, do his thing. He's coming together a lot faster than I thought he would. Mm-hmm. See if I can lighten that up even more. I want this dude to be fucking pasty. Yeah, that's fucking pasty pink white. Shout out to my cold tea. Thank you for being there. The dead white goes over yonder. Okay. Yeah, that's his face. Well, the base for the face. I don't know if I'll be able to put eyes on him. Okay, and then we want rotten white for the hair. Hey, Jack. What's going on, bud? Not much. That's good. I am vibing. I am having a good time. We are making massive progress. Our necromancer's almost done. Our sorceress is done. Check her out. Like the little color scheme happening with her. Our little cannon is done. And so is our throne and sconces that accompany it. Boop. So I'm very happy. Everything that should have been done last week is now done. You know, my body willing. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate that. You know, we are vibing. I was concerned about this little bastard giving me trouble, the necromancer, but he's come together very quickly. Surprisingly so. Same, Jack. What's good with you, bud? Anything interesting going on? Or are you just getting settled from work? There we go. Honestly, I might cheat. Just so I might get some raft here and here soon. Fuck yeah. I like the color of the skulls with just the shade on it. They look grimy, but they don't look like just stark bone white. Also got next week's off. If I remember right, that's another Iron Banana week. So I'm trying to. I think so. Maybe. I don't know if it's next week or closer to the end of the season. I also haven't checked out a roadmap in a while, so see a spot I missed. Perfect. Sweet. If it is, hell yeah. I'm looking forward to it. And then that means it'll be trials the rest of the season. That's something exciting to look forward to. Am I actually going to try and put an eye on this dude? Ugh. Plus, you have some spring cleaning that never got done. Should have done that. You know what? Hey, if you've got the time, get it in, man. Life feels a lot better when things are clean around you, you know? Get rid of that clutter. Maybe shake things up a little bit, rearrange if you got the space for it. Makes a big difference. Okay, that's one eye. This other eye is going to be a bitch, though. But I got it. I don't care. I got it. Fuck it. Fuck it. I don't know how I did that, but I did it. I'm not gonna fuck with that anymore. Shit, yeah. He's done. Well, I mean, like, that part is done. He's got two eyes. And now what I want to do is I'm going to take some of... I need my other brush. I need my thinner dry brush. Well, actually, I could get away with the other one. I could get away with the other one. That's what I'm going to do. There it is. All right. We're going to dry brush a little bit. We want Rotten White for his hair. Dead white. We're going to do one of my favorite techniques, baby. Dry brushing. There's a lot of little detail on this mini. Doing the base in this vomit green, I'm just taking the dry brush because there's like literal bone texture on his outfit. All I want to do is just ever so slightly go over the top of it. I messed that side up. So I will reset. Anything over it. Some of that off. Okay. Dang nabbit. Okay. I need to let that dry fully before I mess with it. Mm-hmm. Oh, dag nabbit. Damn it. Okay. One of the great things about mini paint is that it dries really quickly, except when it doesn't. All right. All right. Too much juice. Too much. Okay. Please tell me this side is good. All right. Looking spiffy to me. I'm satisfied. Now for your base. Because I did pick this one. It's got some weird little flowers on it. So let's have a little fun with this, shall we? I mean, after all, if you're not having fun with it, what's the point? Yeah. That is what is up. Because this guy's in a dynamic pose. I feel like I might have to hold him here. Actually, that adhered really quickly. As I'm just knocking everything over. Good job, Axel. Good job. There we go. Cure. Do you think? All right. Oh my god. What a mess. But it was fun. That's all that matters. Ooh. Rotten white, bone white. There's the verdigris. Fresh blood, dry blood, yes. Vomit is next. Verdigris is next. And then the last is the chipping medium. All right. All right. While that's curing, I'm going to start putting some stuff away. Mm-hmm. All right. No. Dead white, bone white. Yellow. Red. It's brown's flesh tone, followed by leather brown, beastly brown. Gunmetal goes next to that. Ta-da! All right. Now, let's put our cannon back together. Beautiful. Beautiful. And that's pretty solid. Hell yeah. My frosty, foxy friends, we're done. This makes me very, very happy because this is now 2 weeks in the process. Our cute little cannon looking phenomenal. We've got our throne. Very pretty, looking ancient, looking old. I'm here for it. The sconces that accompany it. Gorgeous looking flame details. And our sorceress. And our necromancer. Who's looking pretty disgusting in my opinion. Like, that's pretty disgusting. I like it. I'm here for it. I like the colors. There's one thing I could do. Let me get another paper towel real quick. There we go. There we go. Okay, I'm done messing with him. Nice way to go, Axel. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate that. Yeah, let's transition to the big camera. All right. Our cute little cannon. I'm here for it. We've got our throne looking absolutely immaculate. Like how that purple came out. Our little sconces. Cute little fire. Looking like sherbet orange ice cream. Little silver pop with the little spiky things going down the center of them. Sorceress. Eh, there we go. And look, you can kind of see her eyes. I'm here for it. Like her little golden scepter. She's got her other wand in her other hand. Angle Axel. Her little satchel. And then, of course, to counter the colors, you know, she went very dark. I decided to go very light, kind of gross colors with our Necromancer. Got this verdigris seafoam green for some of the underparts, this vomit green for the rest of the suit, then the white bone on top with the skulls. And he has eyes too. I don't know if the camera will pick it up. I don't know if it'll let you focus that much, but they're there, I promise. Whew, what a pose. All right, my friends. So, I saw that Darling Creepshow is currently live, so we're going to raid her out. I'd appreciate it if y'all wouldn't mind sticking around for the raid. Yeah. All right. So, my friends, as always, I announce when I go live on my socials. Follow me where convenient. I always appreciate it. I'm also going to get these posted up on socials where you'll be able to see them in a little bit more clarity. But that's going to be a little bit. So just FYI, look out for Twitter, Instagram, and Tumblr for that. Specifically those three. I will also be posting them on my TikTok. So feel free if you're already there. Thank you, Hot, for the heart, Hachidori. This week is as follows. Tomorrow, July 4th, I'm not going to be streaming. I'm gonna basically take that day to myself. Next stream will be Wednesday. We'll probably be doing more Destiny 2 stuff. GM help probably, or Iron Banner if it's here. It seems like it'll be here, so probably Iron Banner. And there's nothing else planned this weekend, as far as I know, so it'll be a big stream weekend, Friday through Sunday. So, if any of that's interesting to you, feel free to come along. I'd love to see you there. I'd love to have your company. Is next week from tomorrow? So okay. All right, we got it. All right, my friends. So yeah, I hope to catch you in the next one, but just as always, thank you all so much for being here. You could be anywhere else in the world, but you choose to vibe with me, and that means the world to me. I can never express it enough. Being with you all is absolutely wonderful and very helpful. Very helpful to me. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate that. So yes, my friends, we're going to raid out. Let's give Darling Creepshow some love. But as always, I heart your faces. I'll see you in the next one. See ya. Oh, I didn't set it up. Oh.